Yeah, go ahead. It helps if I remember to plug the camera in. Already off to a great start. How is everybody this Monday morning? I am doing well. Clearly, need to keep working on that coffee. I I'm obviously not the type of person who does their best work first thing in the morning. But we're going to see what we can do today. So I'll share with you what I'm doing, and you can share with me what you're doing. I'm going to try and keep up with the comments as we go here. Good morning, Mickey. How are you? I hope you have a great reading day as well. You've got a little bit of work. Okay. Mainly cleaning before moving. Oh, I hope your move goes well. And listening to The Haunting of Alma Fielding. Nice. And you just finished A Pair of Wings by Carol Hobson. Okay, it was good. Your heart is still broken. Oh, and happy sprinting to you, whatever part you're able to join. Good morning, Samantha. Yes, exactly. All the best to Nikki. Good morning, Megan. You finished a book last night about how to read or analyze film. Ooh, that sounds interesting. It was interesting. And now you're not sure what to read next. I know, the constant problem, right? You finish a book and then you need to figure out what to read. Good morning, Kristen. You also do not do your best work in the morning. I'm glad it's not just me. And yet I'm awake early each morning. Except this morning, I woke up in the middle of, we'll just call it a nightmare. I I woke up in the middle of a dream that I was getting ready to go on sprints, but I got distracted, came on to sprints a couple minutes late, then couldn't actually find the app, and it's not even an app, to start the sprints. So then the sprint started 30 minutes late, and then I was so discombobulated that once the sprint started, I forgot to come back after the first sprint. And so it was like 9 o'clock at night, and I realized that I still had StreamYard on in the background of my computer and left you all hanging. It was a weird dream. And it also had Hugh Lowry in it, playing Mr. Dick from David Copperfield. But that was a whole different part of the dream. And that was what was distracting me. Oh gosh. And thank you. Good morning, Alex. How are you? Good morning, Capricia. You'll try to finish Sakura Saku and play Disney Dreamlight Valley. Oh, that sounds like a nice day. And Samantha's having a bad mental health day. I'm so sorry. Okay, good. I'm glad that the company and the focus and the sprints will hopefully help, and so will hopefully a good book. Good morning, Sue. How are you? You're going to be busy. Okay, might not get back to sprints. Sounds good. Going back to bed right now. I hope you sleep well. Kristen is mostly working today, but we'll get to read later this afternoon. Nice. Hoping to finish Mary. And finally, Alatsue. Nice. Amelia, good morning. Just came back from a challenging medical appointment. Oh, gosh. Okay, we're bed resting and recovering from sedation. Okay. Well, I hope you have a good day of rest and recovery and healing, and I hope your appointments start to go better. And good morning, Angela. How are you? You didn't read a single page over the weekend. Oh, that's fine. And time to get back to normal. I know, right? Doesn't it feel weird when you don't get to do that? And hello, Amy. How are you? You'll be doing laundry and dishes, journaling, yoga, and reading, Farmer Boy for a readathon. Is that the Farmer Boy that is like a fantasy? Is that the whole title of your book? I guess is what I'm asking. Because I'm thinking of another book that I think has those words in it. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? I know. I mean, it wasn't like nightmarish in feel. It was more like frustrating in feeling. And so when I woke up this morning, I was still really tired because you know how you feel like extra tired when you wake up in the middle of a dream? So that happened. And then I also still had that lingering feeling of being frustrated. And I was like, that didn't happen. Move on. Oh, good morning, Natalie. How are you? You just put a load of throw blankets to wash. Nice. reading Sense and Sensibility, ooh, and listening to The Dead Are Rising. And you've got other options if you finish later. Nice. Good morning, Christina. How are you? Continuing the winter, people. Very good. Hoping to finish today. You have to know how it ends. Ooh, that's always a good feeling in a book. Page 230, and it's been a page turner. Nice. Good morning, Grace. How are you? Listening to Daughter of Canna, and currently 47%. And smiles from Amelia to Samantha. Hello, Elkie. Heading out to the hospital for a scan. Okay. I hope your anxiety doesn't kill you as well, and that you're able to come back and just relax. But I hope your scan goes well. And Amy, it's a oldie by Laura Ingalls Wilder. Nice. Ooh, Lisa's reading Dark Matter by Blake Crouch. Yes, good luck to Elkie. Yes, if it's one of those, annual scans, I know that feeling. And good morning, and how are you? Getting ready for another snowstorm? Oh, I didn't realize you guys are getting another snowstorm. We didn't get that last one. We haven't had any snowstorms since the December, January one. And gosh, and it's a 3-day one. Oh no. Okay, well, I hope you're all set and cozy. Reading everyone who is gone is here. Okay. And Lisa says good luck to Elkie as well. Samantha, want to finish open water and make progress on Out There. That sounds good. So let me talk about what I am reading. Good morning, Michelle. You're catching up on BookTube videos. Nice. Finished All the Sinners Bleed by S.A. Cosby. Ooh, intense and good, and it's still in your head. Nice. Okay, I am going to start per usual with Year of Wonder and start by listening to my song of the day. So that will be the first thing on tap, if you will. I have the first book that I will probably go into, which is A Circle of Elephants, and I will explain in an upcoming video how this ended up on my TBR. It's like a whole story and it will all make sense. And this is probably the book that I'm going to be reading the vast majority of the day. It's a children's book about elephants and an elephant breeding center where they figured out a way in Nepal to keep the elephants and the rhinos and the tigers safe. So I'm hoping it'll be on the cozy side. According to Jane Goodall, who does the blurb at the top, it's a lovely story. So I'm hoping it doesn't include brutality. But yeah, that'll just be my light, easy read. And then at some point today, I'm going to read my 26 pages in Don Quixote. And I have made it to part 2 in Don Quixote, and it is going well. I have recently heard a lot of people say how the second part of Don Quixote was not their favorite part. I didn't remember this the first time I read it, but apparently there are 2 parts in Don Quixote, and the first part is the original book. So pretty much all of this that Cervantes wrote, and it does conclude. And then what happened? Then a couple years later, because apparently people loved the episodic nature of the story and wanted to hear more episodes out of Don Quixote's life, which are alluded to at the end of this book, some unknown person wrote like the third Sally, because it keeps talking about how he sallies out from home, has multiple adventures, and comes back. Some other person wrote more episodes in Don Quixote's life, and Cervantes was not happy about that because he also didn't think it was well done, and he basically came back and was like, fine, here's what actually happened when he went out the third time. And so he wrote part 2, and he wrote them 10 years apart. So not surprisingly, they probably are somewhat different from one another. So I just started part 2 yesterday and only read like the first chapter or 2. And thus far, it doesn't feel totally different than me. To me, I am wondering if what's going to happen in part 2, if there's going to be a lot more of the conversations between Don Quixote and other people and a lot fewer adventures. Because I will say you would go back and forth with that is there would be an adventure, and then Don Quixote would talk with Sancho Panza or with like other people they were with. And I did also like the short accounts of adventures, but I also appreciated what he was trying to do in the conversations. But I could see that if you didn't like the conversations and part two has more of the conversations, it might not be such a fan. So we will see how that goes and what happens. Good morning, Diana. How are you today? What you up to? And Elkie says, thank you. Not a general scan. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm seeing if anything is wrong that may explain your symptoms. I hope the answer is no, or at least no to anything that a scan can find, and yes to simpler things. But either way, I hope they're able to figure out your symptoms. Olivia, it was a stressful dream. Yeah, it really was. I was like, even in my dream, I was like, this is stressing me out. Maybe Hugh Laurie trying to get you to reread David Copperfield. I know, right? Because I did wake up and think, wait a minute, was Hugh Laurie just in my dream? And was he playing Mr. Dick, which, by the way, is a reason to see the most modern adaptation of David Copperfield because he is in that movie. So maybe it's trying to get me to rewatch the movie, which I did really enjoy. Usually I don't love the most modern interpretations, but in that particular one, I was like, this director or whoever wrote the script or both, read David Copperfield. Like if you've read David Copperfield and you see that movie, you're like, whoever wrote this read David Copperfield very closely and got the humor. And they translated it well. And if it gets too much, you'll just go to bed. Oh, that makes sense. And yes, we all hope it goes well, and especially, yeah, with the clarity. Hello, Booking It. How are you? You're working from home today, but we'll be listening to audiobooks all day. Sounds nice. Currently listening to How Can I Help You? Sounds good. I might also, I don't know. I've listened to a couple of audiobooks just this month, I think. I've listened to two, and I've really enjoyed having an audiobook going. Bless me. You guys almost got that out of microphone. um, but I've really been enjoying having an audiobook available for exactly that reason when I'm having other things to do or this or that. And I just finished my most recent audiobook last night. So I'm kind of like, kind of want another audiobook, but I don't know what because I don't know that I want to do an audiobook for any of the other books I have left on my TBR. At least not for the ones that I can still that are available on audiobook. So I don't know. Anyway, moving on. And Elkie says thank you. Yes, that's what you're hoping as well. Yes, yes. Answers are good. Oh, and Michelle just listened to that book last month. I don't know. I think that sneeze like blew some brains out. That sounds horrible. Brain cells is more what I meant. Emily is at work. Well, thanks for swinging in and saying hi, Emily. I hope you have a great day at work. Kristen's already being productive. Ooh, got your Bookstagram post up and really ready to start work. So let's get into it. Your copy of Q arrives today. Ooh, fun. Are you going to read it soon, Anne? And hello, Millie. How are you? You're 76% done with only for the week. Nice. And Samantha says, thank you. Alicia, good morning. How are you? Just joining. The kids are at school, getting some breakfast pizza. Yum. And making your spinner wheel of tasks for the day. Nice. Is Q one of those mixed media books, or maybe you're thinking of XX? XX is a mixed media book. Q, if it's the one by Luther Blissett, is I think technically historical fiction, thriller combo, something along those lines. And Alicia will be reading a nonfiction of The Psychology of Money. And Alex was on the phone with your mom for all the chat. Oh, Dad's getting his shoulder replacement surgery. Ooh, ouch. Okay, good luck to him. And it's a big surgery. You're more anxious about it than him. I know, isn't that always the way? Well, I hope his surgery goes really well. At least it's like standard procedure, scheduled, da da da. All of those things tend to lead to good outcomes. So good luck to him. And Sophia, good morning. You're in the middle of a couple of reads, but you think you might pick up, ooh, War and Peace. That sounds good. I keep seeing people with War and Peace, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should reread it. I'm feeling left out. Anyway, yeah, let's get into our first sprint. I've got exciting stuff going on in the background today. The biggest one being that my son is basically finishing at college. It's really complicated. They're doing breakout, which everybody's like, what does that mean? It's basically unlike in the military where they do like a couple of months of basic training, they do like 8 months of basic training for the equivalent of it at his military school. And today is finally the last day, and they do a lot more working out, of course. And then they finish it off with this big, huge ceremony, and it's like big and amazing. And they finally get like privileges and to act like a normal human being. So it is a huge accomplishment at his school. They have that today. So all day they will go to class and work out before and afterwards and do grueling stuff and sweat and then change and then have breakout. So we're hoping to get a call from him tonight because we didn't get to talk to him yesterday and just hear the joy and happiness in his head. So if at some point I look at my phone and it's my son and we're in the middle of talking, I may just like put us in a sprint. So just be prepared for that. Um, Alex will be reading Witchcraft for Wayward Girls. Nice. And he sounds like a good snowstorm read. Ooh, good point. Yeah, and it's nice and long too. Uh, Historical fiction about Martin Luther. Thank you. Yes, I knew I was forgetting something like very relevant in that. And it is the one by Luther Blissett, right? And Alex probably spent too much time reading posts about the halftime show. Oh, true. Yeah. Did you watch the game? Were you happy with the outcome or disappointed? Let me know. I was just disappointed in the game. I was expecting it to be a bit more challenging, but it was good. All right, let's get into this first sprint. I will start the timer. We'll start with 45 minutes and then we'll do an hour the whole rest of the day. And I will see you after this sprint. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I got through 20% of my book. I was mentioning that I was like, oh, I wish I had an audiobook. And then it occurred to me, why don't I see if this is on audiobook? Turns out it is. So I'm listening to that, which is nice. But it's going to go by pretty quickly, I have the feeling. So, like I said, I'm 20% of the way through. And yeah, it's basically telling the story of Nandu, who is the little boy in the picture on the cover. And he is Tibetan, living in Nepal, and he is helping take care of elephants at a elephant center where they are taking care of, injured or young wildlife, and also helping the wildlife reproduce so that it stays, well populated. And of course, there are a lot of issues that are happening in Nepal around them. They've had an earthquake. There may be some poachers that have come back to their jungle. And of course, their concern is for the survival of the animals that they're caring for. And so, right now, they're kind of dealing with the issue of it seems like poachers have come back to their area where they haven't been there for a very long time. And they're also dealing with the drought. So, they're there are a lot of complications in his life right now, and he's trying to navigate them all. Um, and also, the earthquake led to a weakening in a prison wall, and some prisoners have escaped locally who seem like there's some bad guys who were in the area who got captured, who he partially helped capture somehow. And so now he's afraid they're going to come back for him. So that's a lot to happen. Very short book. So we'll see how that all resolves. But this is good that I have this because I'll probably be spending the first 10 to 15 minutes of each sprint cleaning up around the house while I listen to this. And I'm also very tired and I feel like my nose is a bit stuffy. So despite the fact that hubby just like is returning to normal, I'm wondering if I finally caught his cold, which was COVID. I'm hoping not. I will probably take some medicine though, if my nose doesn't clear out soon. Anyway, how are you guys doing? And I probably need to turn on another light because I can tell my camera is on the struggle bus with trying to focus on my face here. Anyway, let's see how you guys did. Good morning, Glenn. How are you doing? You hope to catch up on some art tutorials. Oh, that sounds fun. What kind of art? And you're reading The Seventh Veil of Salome and Onyx Storm and deal with household incidentals. Yep, truth. Alicia was disappointed with the Super Bowl as a whole. I know. It started out seeming like they were going to be well matched and it was really going to be really a good game. And it was still a good game, but then it just, there were times where my husband and I were staring at each other like, what? What does, I mean, who gets that many sacks, that many turnovers, etc. in a Super Bowl game? Anyway, Alex is not a football fan, and as a rule, you typically cheer against Philadelphia teams, but you were very happy how last night went. Fair. And you posted on Discord an Invisible Man channel that the halftime show was drawing ties to the book. Oh, yeah. Uncle Samuel L. Jackson was giving a very satirical Bledsoe performance. Yeah. Yeah. I thought that was very interesting to have that added into the halftime show. You knew nothing about the rap beef between Kendrick and Drake other than it existed. Same. And Sabrina Williams. I was like, wait, is that Sabrina Williams? I really know nothing about what this song is going on here. And Diana is going to read and The Mountains Echoed. Okay, I hope you enjoy that. Hey, Victoria, how are you? Oh, you forgot these were happening. That's cool. And you're so happy your 8-year-old woke up sick. Oh, no. You'll be listening to Red Rising while cleaning sheets in the bathroom. Oh, I'm sorry. I know. Mommy life sometimes gets kind of gross. Let's just be honest. Viviana, good morning. You'll be reading the Gods of Eden. Victoria says a little vulnerability. Okay, you have clinical OCD. Oh, It's very anxiety inducing, yes, but you're doing okay. Well, that's good. Okay, healing is possible. I love that message. Well, yes, I hope it's not ongoing. So it'll be good. Hey, Hermie, how are you? Just popping in to boop the like. Thank you. And I think Laura is still sprinting if you want to stop by and say hi. And Sue's not getting back to sleep. I did read this during the sprint. Orange Kitty was getting up to some Orange Kitty naughtiness. I'm sorry, Sue. And Mary said good morning. Reading The Girls of Glimmer Factory, 12%. Nice. I know, poor Sue. And Samantha was saying sorry to Victoria. Yeah, we're glad you're doing well, though. And Sue was saying it's okay. You just could have used more sleep. Yeah, orange kitties are special. And Victoria was like, Samantha, everybody's doing well. And Sue was saying her anxiety's through the roof, so she does understand. And yeah, we hope your little one gets better, Victoria. Lynn made it to 53% in the seventh veil. Nice. And Millie, you finished your book. Good job. That was quick. And Samantha, hearts to Sue. And good morning to Sue Smith. How are you? You started the last book in the Poppy War trilogy. Oh, nice. How are you enjoying it? And Sue got the cats fed and trash and recycling out. I know. Really got through that book fast. Oh, yeah. What did you say? Oh, you got the cat's food. Well fed. Okay. Similar idea. Amy, your sprint went well. Listen to audio. Farmer Boy got dishes done. Laundry underway. Good job. Alicia ate that sprint. I may eat some more this next sprint. I had oatmeal and I'm starving. Like, I think my oatmeal just woke up my hunger. So maybe I'll make myself a fruit salad. That sounds good. Maybe I'll make myself a fruit salad and have like a protein bar with it or something. And you set up your spinner wheel, read Bookshops and Bone Dust. Millie, yay, it was a fun read. Good. Samantha's currently working on scrubbing clean your Converse. Ooh, let us know how that goes. And let us know what you use if it goes well. And Victoria was saying sorry to Sue. You get it 100%. Yes. Jumping the best way to get out adrenaline. Oh. Oh, and it helped. That's good to know. Yeah, that's a really good point. Is like some of that anxiety is just the built up adrenaline, and if you can get it out, okay. Tactics everyone could use. And good morning, Sherry. How are you? You're at work, but listening to Dust Child. Great. Hope you have a great day at work. Samantha, it's your first time trying this. Okay. Sophia, you're all caught up on your daily 2 chapters of reading of War and Peace, still reading because you enjoy it. Yes, you have been. Amelia is listening to A Raisin in the Sun. Oh, my son really liked that play. They read it in high school, but I think it was one where like they read it over the course of 3 or 4 months, and he was like, "What?" Grace is 51% in. Nice. Yeah, I really hope it's not COVID. We literally were home all last week. And I'm like, please don't make this that like when he's finally better, I'm now stuck at home for another week. I really don't want to be. And Karen loved the Super Bowl. You're a huge Eagles fan. Yeah, if you're an Eagles fan, last night was like one of the best Super Bowls. Or maybe one of the best 3. Grace, you're very happy about the games as a Philly sports fan, right? Yeah. I mean, it was a really good game by the Eagles. Like, let's not deny that. Like, I just wanted it to be. I like it when the Super Bowl is a bit of a challenge, but the Eagles were on it. And Michelle says, "Oh yeah, I know. I hope I didn't catch anything too. You ended up down a rabbit hole on Blackwell's, okay?" And Sue's also with the Eagles. Nice. You were bummed about people booing Taylor, though, but cheering for oranges? Peaches? I have no idea what that reference is to. I mean, I know Taylor. Like, uh, yeah, they did deserve to win. I mean, they won the game, like, hands down, no problem. I don't know why people are going to boo for Taylor. Like, whatever, she's there. boyfriend, get over it, guys. Lynn, drawn to Zentangle. Oh, I love Zentangle. Oh, I should do a Zentangle. 14 days of heart patterns for a project. Ooh, that sounds fun. Maybe I'll Zentangle while I listen to my audiobook. Lynn, don't like football. I'm also tired about hearing about the Chiefs. Super happy with the ending. That's hilarious. Sue reading a contemporary romance, Faye court romance. Still listening to A Court of Silver and Flames. Nice. Alex gets so anxious when the kids are sick. Your kids are big now, but you still get anxious. I hear ya. And Kristen read your Lispector. Ooh, nice. And then got started on work. Have to lead a meeting at 2 that you haven't prepared for. Oh no. And we're almost done. And then we'll go back to sprints that I need to change the timer for us. And good morning, Bree. How are you? You were able to finish your book as well. What We Leave Behind. I do not think I have heard of that one, but I hope it was good. And I'm assuming that it at least wasn't, horrible if you finished it. So it's always a bonus to be able to like finish your book and not feel like you wasted time out of your life, right? All right. Karen forgot to greet everyone. So she says hello. Ooh, starting Daniel Deronda. George Eliot, let me tell you, she has such a nice catalog of books and interesting topics, and I just wish I liked her writing style. Have I recently rehauled Middlemarch? Yeah. I'm just gonna let it sit on the shelf for a while though. And Alex, you have to try the jumping thing. A walk helps you. Yeah, man, I do some of my best thinking while walking. I don't know why. Hey, Storm, how are you? You haven't checked in from Hardee's in a while, and then you're going to head to Walmart. I can tell you're looking forward to it, but I hope you at least enjoy your coffee this morning. And Victoria says, thank you for understanding, Alex. Yes, yes, I think we all can. And Sue, you're really liking them. Oh, that's good. And yeah, I hope I don't get COVID too. You thought your daughter had a stomach bug, but it's looking more like the flu. Oh, so you may be in for a week at home too. Oh, well, boo. It's going around though, especially the flu, I've heard. So, but hopefully we all recover quickly. And you've done the walking too, but your sister just told you about the jumping this week, and it seriously helped. You have an old mattress, so you jumped on the bed with your 5-year-old. Oh, that's fun. Hey, Krista, how are you doing? You're working on middle grade March announcement. Fun. And then hopefully reading some from the reading promise. Ooh, nice. And Samantha, definitely do your best writing and thinking while walking or being in motion. Yep, absolutely. So I can totally see how people like walk and work on those walking pads. I'm like, I'd be a working genius if I did that. Yeah, we can't wait for the middle grade March announcement. That'll be so fun. All right, let's go ahead and get into our next sprint so we can get reading. I'm going to put my audio book back on, get some work done around the house, and then maybe come back and lie here with my eyes closed and listen to it, and hopefully not fall asleep. I always set a timer though, so I should be okay. Anyway, I've got an hour on the clock. I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine was good. I got an extra snack because, like I said, my breakfast apparently wasn't enough. And then I spent the whole time listening to A Circle of Elephants, partially with my eyes closed. But man, guys, there is so much happening in this book. I am now at 52% because it reads very quickly because it's a children's book. But what happened in the last 25% that I just listened to? Um, there was investigation into poachers. I won't give any like major plot spoilers. There was an incident of a tiger attack and rescue, kind of, sort of. Vows were broken. There's been human trafficking. There's just there is a lot going on. Famine, you name it, it's happened. I'm pretty sure I've even missed things that are going on. And in terms of telling you, because this is a fast-paced novel. It's like back to back to back. Things are constantly happening. Um, one of the prison inmates showed up. So there's trouble in paradise, so to speak. New elephants have arrived. Yeah, I don't even know what else to say, but there's a lot going on. So I'm going to be interested to see how this all gets resolved because there's a lot of loose ends now. But I'm enjoying it. So during the next sprint, I'm probably going to actually get up because the coffee has kicked in and get some stuff done around the house while I continue listening. I'm guessing at the rate that this is going, I will probably need 2 more sprints before I finish this book. And then I will probably pick up Don Quixote and read my daily pages in that. So let me see how the sprint went for you guys. Sue was talking to Victoria about the jumping on the mattress and saying that sounded fun. Victoria was very kind and was like, if you fall asleep, we'll just keep sprinting here. But the funny thing is, I realized if I fell asleep during the sprint and didn't come back, it would be like my nightmare came to life. Or that would have been like bizarre. And Victoria was talking about how well the jumping has worked and it changed the mood. And then, yeah, you get little moments of get wow. Your little gets the memory of laughing with mom. There we go. And then Alex and Victoria, and I won't go through it all, had a nice little conversation about homeschooling and the pros and the cons and the worries involved in that. Hello, Swank. Swank joined us, and people were saying hello. What are you up to today, Swank? And Victoria was laughing about turning everything into a lesson, including the ribs that they're having for dinner or that Alex is having for dinner. Kathy joined. Hello, Kathy. Spending time with family today. Oh, that sounds nice. And you plan on reading The Poppy War. Excellent. And submitting 2 self-tapes and submitting more auditions. Oh, do you act, Kathy? Is that what you do for a living? And in films, television, on stage? Or do you perform like something else? Because that's also an option. And hello, Paul. How are you doing? You have 124 pages left to go in Blood Mage. Nice. How are you enjoying it? And what series is that part of, Paul? And Sue is hoping that Kathy enjoys the Poppy War. Lynn got to 61% in her book. Natalie switched the laundry over. I should probably do some laundry. I need to do towels. That's probably what I'll do during the next sprint too, is get that started. Watch the halftime show. Oh, nice. Yeah, because you can watch it on repeat. Listen to audiobooks. Sophia got to 100 out of 412. Ooh, in Spell Shop. Had to close your eyes for a bit. Same. Did your coffee kick in yet? Because mine finally did, so partway through my nap. I wasn't really asleep because I was still listening to the audiobook, but it was nice to close the eyes until the coffee kicked in. The book's not at fault, just tired. Same, I totally get it. Sue listened to 3 chapters of Court of Silver Flames, made oatmeal, still hungry. Right, like the oatmeal was not oatmealing today. I had to do the same, Sue. And Alicia put the laundry away, did dishes, 2 chapters in the book. Spin the wheel, nice. Victoria listened to more Red Rising. Oh, second time read. Nice. Have you read more in the series? And are you going to do like the first three books and the next three books and like the whole epic series? Or are you just into the trilogy? Hey, Olivia, how are you doing? I hope you're well. And Samantha's still working on cleaning your shoes. Oh no. And Olivia said hello to everyone. Oh, you finished your sprint early. Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Oh, yes, take a cat nap and then carry on with Warbreaker. That's right. I was listening on somebody's sprint and they were mentioning you guys were reading Warbreaker this month. So how are you enjoying it if you're still here? And Livia, I think you're doing it as well, right? Are you also doing the Warbreaker read along and how are you liking it? And you're doing the thumbnail for your video that will be up at 2. Nice. Something to look forward to. And Kathy, you do act. Okay, haven't in a while. Okay, moving into film and TV. But okay, but you've been on divorce court in the audience. Ah, that would be fun. And these are for student films. Nice. Very cool. Well, break a leg. And hello, Judith. How are you? What are you up to? I love the cake lover part, by the way. I'm going to assume that's like part of your channel name and not your actual last name. But if it is your actual last name, that's incredible. But I still love that it's part of your tag or handle. And Kristen's avoiding laundry because last week you did a ton. I've had weeks like that where I'm like, what's going on? And then the next day you found a live mouse. No, no. My mom mentioned that happening to her in her dryer. Can you even imagine? I mean, you can because it was in your washer. I'm so sorry. That's all I can say because she told me in detail about that experience. And I was like, what? What? Ah. Grace got to 63%. And Livia's reading Warbreaker. Yes. Oh, okay, for a good clue. Nice. And hey, Tomb Raider, how are you? You're going to be finishing up The Hobbit, a little over halfway done with it. And you'll be diving back into East of Eden, two very good books. Have you read either before, or are these both new reads for you? And let me know if there's something you'd like to be called other than Tomb Raider. Victoria read the first trilogy of RR, Red Rising. Got it. And you hated the continuation books. Oh, I don't actually think that's that unpopular opinion. I feel like there are a lot of people who, if they read the first three books, like the first three, and everything I've seen seems to be very mixed about the continuation. But your husband loved the continuation. Okay, you only liked the original three, so you decided to reread it. Nice. And yes, it's your channel name. I love it. Love it. And Paul, I can't remember the name of the series, but the three books is Battle Mage, Blood Mage, and Chaos Mage. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've heard of that. That's why I was asking. Luya, it started a little slow. I agree. And picked up, and the magic system is amazing, like always. Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting magic system. I felt like I also wanted a bit more of the magic system, but it was definitely more about court politics. But I thought it was good. It was my first Brandon Sanderson. And Hermie, it's a reread for you. Okay, really enjoy this one. Buddy recent Cosmere with Livia. Oh, that's fun. And you were reading it with Brittany's Patreon, but fell behind. Fair. And yeah, Victoria also wanted to know, Tomb Raider, if you've read The Hobbit before. You just finished a reread last week and loved it. I need to reread that series. I haven't read it in a while. Kristen was saying, oh, it's not while you tried to do oh, okay. I'm glad it wasn't like in your laundry. No, like hers was in with her clothes and laundry. Like I either way is bad, but you know. Hey Dee Dee, how's it going? Are you still sprinting? How you doing this morning? I wish I could join you more in the mornings, Dee Dee, because you're on frequently, but I'm always like, I mean, actually I do join you more often than you realize. It's just I just lurk. I don't even say hello. I just flat out lurk and you're like and sit there and just stare because it's so early in the morning. And hello, Sherry. You have 2 hours left on Dust Child. Nice. And your name's Melissa, but most people call you Mel. Okay, thank you, Mel. And Olivia's saying hi to the friends, like Alex, the Hobbit, and East of Eden, right? Yeah, great combos. Dee Dee testing out overhead filming setup. Oh, nice. Okay. And Sue just bought all the Lord of the Rings books. It'll be a reread. And Mel was saying to Victoria, yes, it's your fourth time reading. Doing a reread of the whole trilogy. Okay. And then you'll begin, the Silmarillion for the first time. And Victoria wanted to know if Mel was a gamer, haven't played Tomb Raider, but love gaming. Natalie hasn't read Tolkien, but you have all four books. Oh, you need to do it. And you're also reading East of Eden for the first time, your first Steinbeck. Ooh, how's that going? Kristen did sanitize the washing machine so fast. Yeah, no kidding. It's so many times. Yeah, okay. No, I totally get it though, because when she told me that, I was like, what? Natalie watched the movie. Yeah, the books are better, surprisingly, because the movies are really good. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Kathy. I asked my mom that. I was like, did you burn it all? Throw it out? Like, what happened? Did you burn the house down? Sue's looking for East of Eden. Looking forward to reading it. So am I. Victoria, say Mel, you were probably a fifth time on The Hobbit, rereading the whole thing. Yes. And Evelyn Hugo books are one of Kristen's favorites. And you've been gaming since you were 5, right? I feel like that's our generation kind of thing. And Dee Dee is finished sprints now, and it's fine. You too lurk. Yeah, I know. And Victoria, same. Been gaming since you were little. Love it. Absolutely. Yeah. What character is your daughter named after, Victoria? And questions about how Kristen's liking, or no, whoever, Dee Dee is liking Seven Husbands. Good question. All right, let's get back into our sprint. Let me just reset the timer real quickly so we get the full hour and we will get going. I am still somehow slightly sleepy, but I'm just going to get the little bit of stuff I need to get done while I listen to more of my audiobook. So happy sprinting. I'll see you guys in an hour. Welcome back. How was that sprint for everyone? Mine went well. I opened some windows and aired out the house. It's not super warm here today, but it was just nice to have some fresh air go through. It is nice and sunny. And yeah, just trying to get the sick air out of the house. I did also start a load of laundry, and I also spoke to my mom and then continued listening to my book, Circle of Elephants. I'm now at 80%. So I fully anticipate that in the next sprint, I should finish my book. I only have um, an hour of it left, but I am listening on 2 times speed because it is a children's book. So it's very easy to do that. And the narrator speaks slow enough that at 2 times speed, like it's not crazy fast. But the pacing is really fast, partially because no, the pacing would still be fast. Like pacing really has to do with how rapid events happen and scenes change. And there's a lot still happening in this book. There's a ton of action. Animals are being saved and endangered and taken out of life, if you will. And yeah, I am really enjoying this story. I feel like it's like the perfect book for today, a good, light, easy read, switch up from what I've been reading. Is it as happy and cozy as I was hoping it was going to be? No, but I did know it was about an animal breeding center that also had potential poachers going on. But it's bringing good drama into the story, if you will. So I can appreciate that for the book. And then, like I said, I will probably finish this during the sprint. It'll probably take a good chunk of the sprint, and then I'll probably start Don Quixote during the latter part of this next sprint. That's how I'm thinking it's going to go. Victoria was saying Sam's daughter, the flowers in Lauren Eleanor. I have no idea what that's a reference to. I'm assuming the Seven Husbands. Mel was saying that's beautiful. Dee Dee was saying to Kathy, no amount of rewashing could make you wear them again. This was to the clothes and the mouse and the wash. A nod to the story without embarrassing her by being too nerdy. Okay, sounds fair. Thanks. Hey, Anna, how are you doing? You're working tired because you finished chores really late yesterday. So working and reading a bit from the Starless Sea. Nice. And a thank you to Victoria. Mickey missed the last chat because the charity organization came and picked up all your furniture. Oh, wow. Your place is so empty. I bet. Is it like echoing? You're able to get 10% of the way through your audio. Nice. Are you doing like a long move or a nearby move? And that's exciting. And Dee Dee was saying to Kristen, you can see why it's a favorite. Really enjoying the audiobook. If you and you'd like the format of the book if you're not sure. And just got your books in the mail. Okay, yeah, Q by Luther Blissett. Ooh, The Snow Child. Uh, the cover of Q is frightening. What's on the cover of yours? I'll have to go and look and see what the other covers are. But oh yeah, because it's like just a great big battle scene. I was like, what is on the cover? Hey, Nani, how are you doing? You're reading 2 books? At least you want to try to, because you also have Korean class. That's right. I forgot you were taking Korean. That's very cool. And Victoria was still talking to Dee Dee. You'll try to do the audiobook. Nice. And you just got your new, I don't know why it showed that twice, but yay. I'm glad. Have you read The Snow Child before, Anne? And Amy missed the last chat, had a telehealth visit. Okay, going to continue with odds and ends and on your to-do list and audiobooks. Same. Hey, Tony, how are you doing? I'm glad you could make it to sprints today. Reading Dear Edward. Ooh, you're about halfway through. And Dee and Victoria, we're talking some more about their book. And one question that you asked while listening is, if given the same circumstances, would I make the same choices? That's a good question, but I feel like if it had to do with dark academia, my answer would be no every single time. And hey, Kiana, how are you doing? At work, of course, but I hope you have a great work day and it goes by quickly. And Kristen was saying to you, Dee Dee, it's good to know you've never listened to it. What book were we talking about here? Because I've totally forgotten. But you're due for a reread. And Victoria might try it out now. Hello, Kim. How are you? You're on chapter 3 of Beautiful Redemption. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy your book. Sophia read 5 chapters. Ooh, you're on a roll. Sitting outside and enjoying the sun. Oh, that sounds nice. I have to check what the temperature is. Like, I had the windows open and it was not like sit outside warm. Sue read 3 chapters and put wash in the dryer. Natalie listened to an audiobook, got classwork done. Victoria finally finished the chores he needed to do today. Want to read your middle grade? You may already be a winner. That sounds cute. And maybe nap too. That sounds good. And Judith did the dishes after you were done with dinner and watched some booktube. Nice. Sounds cozy. Lynn had lunch and watched some booktube and got to 68% in your book. Nice. Amelia finished Raisin in the Sun. Yay! Oh, totally exhausted though. Yes. Well, if you fall asleep before we chat again, I hope you sleep well tonight and are able to rest. And Alex, talk about homeschoolers making a lesson out of anything. You found a PDF plan for analyzing Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance. Yes, do that because I did hear, I haven't looked at it yet, but I heard that he dropped a lot of symbols and had a lot of like subtle messaging going on in there, which is fascinating. So that's hilarious. Samantha finished scrubbing your Converse with a toothbrush and a mixture of baking soda and dish soap. Oh, interesting mixture. And then rinsed and put through a delicate wash cycle inside a knotted pillowcase. Soaked the laces. How are they looking, Samantha? They're hung up in the air to dry. Okay, sounds good. We're all taking notes. And has not read The Snow Child. Oh, but you got the new one in Book of the Month, and now you want to read The Snow Child first. Awesome. Let us know how you like it. I loved The Snow Child. I thought it was so good. I did already read that, so I hope they turned out well, Samantha. Kristen was still The Seven Husbands. I don't know why I thought it was suddenly a different book. Thank you for the clarity. And Samantha's gonna make lunch. What are you gonna make? Hey, Chris, how are you doing? Starting your day as it's now 12:30. Well, it's got to start at some point, whatever it is. It was art, yeah. And like, was it just me? Or at the very, very end, there were like shapes and letters. Was that the PlayStation controller? Like, we just Because, like, it took me a while and I was like, why is there an X and a triangle and a circle? What's going on? And then I was like, wait, is that PlayStation? Apparently you live under a rock because you didn't know him before, but you're a fan now. Nice. And he just won a Grammy. Samantha's they're looking pretty good. Okay. We'll see the final result when they dry. Cross our fingers. They've got to be good. And you're making mac and cheese. Ooh, that sounds good. I haven't made mac and cheese in a while. And Dee Dee almost missed the break. And she wants to know what Victoria and Kristen think of the book when they get to it. Yeah, we all do. And how far are you into it, Dee Dee? Or did you already finish? And Kiana, after the Super Bowl, your daughter got you concert tickets for Kendrick. Ah, that's so cool. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. When are you guys going? That sounds fun. And Dee Dee agrees that sounds awesome. Yeah. There was game themed to the whole thing. Yeah, I didn't catch that until the very end. I mean, like, I did catch it in the, like, when it finally occurred to me that, like, it was a game controller and then it said game over at the end. That's when I finally went, oh, wait, are there game references going on here? I was, like, super slow with that. Okay, you're not a big fan of, how do you say that? SZA? Is that the initials? I'm so out of the loop. But you rock with KDOT. Okay. And right, it was a PlayStation remote. Yes. Yes. I did eventually. Like I said, at the end, when it had finally got off the screen, I went, oh wait, that was a PlayStation remote. Like, what? Is that what just happened? All right, let's go back into thank you, Kiara, Siza. Right, and Samuel L. said something about not being too ghetto and playing the game. Yeah, that totally reminded me of Bledsoe. I agree with you there. All right, let's go back into our sprint. I will see you all in an hour. I'm going to get some more stuff done, and I will be back. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine was good. I went out and went for a walk. I did finish my book, A Circle of Elephants, and that was a really sweet book. I'm glad that I read it and that I picked it up. It's actually a book I bought at Dollar Tree, of all things. And I'm glad I ended up buying it. I had like read a short sample of it while I was at Dollar Tree and didn't know what it was about, though I had never heard of it until I saw it at Dollar Tree. And this was like a year and change ago. Um, anyway, yeah, there was a lot that happened in this story. It was very action packed, and I liked the message that it had in general. There were some moving moments. It almost brought me to tears at one point, but it is a kid's story. And I think it would be a story that would be appropriate for most kids, just depending on how sensitive your kids are to animals being endangered and maybe hearing about some animal death. So, something to consider. But it is a middle grade read, I believe. So, I know middle grade March is coming up. And that is definitely a book that if you have a kid who likes animals and likes animal conservation and welfare kind of things, might be a good book for them, especially if they like elephants. There's lots of like fun, happy stuff with elephants that just makes me that wish I was an elephant protector. So there you go with that. I will be moving on to doing my daily pages in Don Quixote. I have just about 26 to 27 pages that I'll be reading. So it should probably just take me one sprint. And then I will be moving on to my next book, which I'll mention, I'll talk about that when we get to that. So let's see how you guys did during your sprint. I need to go back to my start comment because there was lots of chatty bits, which is good. And let's see what you guys were talking about. Oh, I had asked Dee Dee when she had read The Seven Husbands, and it was last year, but rereading it because she remembers nothing. I totally understand that. And we were talking about the Ellison reference from the Super Bowl halftime show. Yep. And Alex went to take the kids sledding. That's fun. Apparently, we're supposed to get rain where I am in the next couple of days, but it's like rain snow. And we've had the rain snow forecast like 3 times in the last 2 weeks, and it's just been rain, like just completely rain. I don't know where it was snowing, but not where I am. And even on those days, it's mostly been overcast and like mist, like very wet mist. So I'm hoping that's what it's going to continue to be. I don't see anything saying anything about accumulation of snow. Dee was saying that Luther is your favorite Kendrick's song. Because If This World Were Mine is one of your favorite songs. Okay, well, yeah. So then there you go. Mickey missed the last chat again because you were eating lunch, failing at the chat part. Oh, no worries, no worries. And Alex has those days, yeah, where the timing's out of sync. Like all those days where the boys are like, Mom, I have a question right now since chat has started. Hey, Leslie, how are you doing? And happy sprinting to everyone. Yes, had one coffee and it feels like nothing. Yeah, why are we all so tired? Because I was thinking that too. And I was like, I could have a second cup of coffee now. I totally might do that as well. Maybe I'll make it an iced coffee because that sounds kind of good. And Livia missed the chat. You were on Kickstarter for the books game board. Oh, the one that like looks like a bookshelf. I can't think of what it's called. It's a booktuber made one, and she has a Kickstarter for it. And the poor thing has had a ton of trouble with getting it through production, which I can understand. That's out of your control, and I don't think most people care about making sure your smaller book game is like made. But I'm waiting for the kinks to work out, and then I hope it actually goes on sale because I too would buy that, because I do feel like at this point, why aren't there more bookish board games? Or like, why don't the companies who had them bring them back? Because Trivia Pursuit did have a book lovers edition. Like, bring that back. Like, do they not realize there's a ton of people who would love that game at this point? And hey, Hannah, how are you doing? You're reading The Dark King and Eternal Dance. It's a 12 Dancing Princesses retelling. Oh, that's cool. You're at 27% and enjoying it. Nice. Good morning, Christina. How are you? Trying to function today? We are all there. So a lot of us can relate to that. And here's your reminder to do all the things. And Samantha was saying to Hannah, it sounds great. Really enjoyed another take on the 12 Dancing Princesses when you were growing up. Sophia had lunch, made it to 120. Hi, Teresa. How are you? What are you up to today? Lynn's at 79%. Got some stuff done around the house. Paul took a nap. That sounds amazing right now, Paul. So good for you. Natalie got some laundry and classwork done, getting back to reading. Amy rode the stationary bike and did some stretches. Ooh, I forgot to stretch. Thank you for that reminder, Amy. I didn't stretch after my walk, so I'll probably move around a bit real quickly just to get my legs still warm and then stretch. Grace made it to 75%. Nice, Grace. Kim ate lunch and read one chapter. Excellent. What was lunch, if you'd like to share? Mel also ate lunch, had some coffee. I see a theme going on, guys. And now at 180 into The Hobbit. And I am really enjoying Don Quixote. There are some things that are negatives to it, just in terms of, the enemies are real people that exist in the world that the Spanish were fighting and nothing nice to say about them. And so that's something that I want to address. But overall, I am really enjoying my read of it. I am annotating it. It is funny. Even like this, like 3 lines into the first chapter, or into the first chapter that I'm currently on, I chuckled out loud because there's always just silly things happening, and even the writing in translation is really funny. So yeah, I hope you get to it. Samantha had lunch and cleaned up, considering re-downloading The Sims 4. Ooh, fun times. Hey Paula, how are you? Getting ready for your sprints? Natalie's getting rain all week. That's probably what I'll get. I am liking it. Yes, yes. Read Don Quixote, guys. It's good times. And hello to Paula. Mickey was able to get another 10% done. Nice. Samantha needs to finally put away the Christmas tree. My Christmas stuff may or may not still be in my hallway. It's packed up in its boxes, but I had to get a bigger bin to put our Christmas tree in. So I got that last week and finally just shoved it all in there. So now I just need to decide if I can possibly get all my Christmas lights into one of those 2 bins and then actually put them in the storage closet. So yeah. And Sherry, you have 1 hour left. You missed the last chat, got busy in the office. Okay, had to rewind the book. Oh no, I've done that before. Alicia had lunch from Wawa. Ooh, free points towards hoagie. Oh, points towards free hoagie, rather. Nice. 25 pages. Okay, it's another one. Dee Dee watched the halftime show, had something to eat, texted your bestie. Nice. Oh, no, we won't judge you, Samantha. See, I was in the same place. Perfect for book lovers. Okay. Oh, so it's not the same one. Interesting. What is it called, Livia? I'm intrigued. Uh, Dee Dee's like, mine's still up too, Samantha. It's okay. We'll rat ourselves out. Hey, Jessica, how are you? Ooh, a big day of knitting. Ooh, what are you finishing? And Diana was up late reading No Ordinary Time. Ooh, I read that like ages ago. Hope you're enjoying it, or enjoyed it. And Olivia's saying hello to all the people. And Lynn now wants a nap. I know. Same. And Tony managed to 27 pages in that sprint. Nice. I'm going to pause the timer real quickly so that I don't have to restart it. Just to get through a few more comments. Hello, Nani. How are you? Now you're reading a book in Spanish. It doesn't have a translation, called Había una vez una promesa. Oh, what is that about? I could probably translate that, but you could probably tell me faster. There was a promise when you think it could be the tradition. Oh. And Mel was saying to Samantha that your husband finally took it down last night. I know. It's such a good mood, isn't it? Yeah. No, yeah, don't feel bad, Samantha. We're all in the same boat. Teresa needed to finish your nonfiction and then move to your tea pairing and chapter of Nicholas Nickleby. How are you liking it? And Samantha, good to know. No, you're definitely not alone. Lynn's mom liked Don Quixote and wanted you to read it. Oh, yes. That would be a wonderful gift of memory to her. And you're getting 5 to 8 inches of snow? I better check how much snow we might get. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Mel. A nice way. Olivia, a place for all my books. I'm checking that out on this sprint. And you're finishing your Lillian blanket. Oh, and your sprints won't end until you finish. All right, nice. Samantha's on 12 Dancing Princesses retelling, talking about is called Princess of Midnight Ball. Nice. And hellos, and thanks. And Christina, oh, thanks, Christina. There's the link if the rest of us want to go and peek at this Kickstarter, and put pink and white lights on the Christmas tree for Valentine's. Oh, that's so cute. So you're gonna do the year-round one. Love it. All right, let me restart our timer. We will go back into our next sprint. I am going to get my pages of Don Quixote done after I check out that link, and I will see you all in an hour. Oh, I guess we still have 55 minutes on the clock. There we go. All right. I'll see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go that round? Mine went well. I was going to say, I don't remember what I did other than read. I did actually take, well, not a break. I went and got a snack. Made myself a bowl of yogurt and read Don Quixote while I did that, and then came back over here and read some more. I did switch my shirt because my sweatshirt was making me too hot and I only had a tank top under it. But now I'm too cold, so I might need to go back and get my sweatshirt and put that back on. I don't know. Anyway, I got through all but 3 pages of Don Quixote, so I will finish not that I'm done with the book, like I'm breaking up my reading of it. So in the next sprint, I will read those final 3 pages, and then I will start my next book, which is going to be Their Eyes Were Watching God. And I have not read this before. It is by Zora Neale Hurston, and I will change the little picture there. Yeah, and I am interested in reading it. Again, both books that y'all have seen me reading today, you'll be like, that wasn't on your TBR, Nicole. And no, it wasn't. There's an explanation coming, and it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. It all works out in the grand scheme of things. And yeah, and then when I finish this book, I have now one other book from my February TBR to go. And I'm torn about whether or not I'm going to go back to that. It was okay. I guess I was enjoying it. I don't know, but I've got days before I have to worry about that. So, yeah, that's me. That's my sprint. That's my plan for the next sprint. Maybe some warm tea to go with it. And I want to check the weather because I saw that people were talking about snow. And was asking if anybody has used the audio for the Snow Child. And I may have, Anne. I really don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember, so I can't help you there. And there were hellos, and Anna was saying, haven't been able to read much, too many calls at work and too sleepy. Understandable. They took a siesta in my book, and I was like, that sounds good. So I might be doing that in the next sprint as well. You're gonna be getting 2 inches and then more later this week. Okay. Winter is wintering. Ooh, the Women's Prize for Nonfiction long list is being released on Wednesday. Wow, I can't believe it's already, like prize season for some book awards. And Samantha was saying that she's so excited. You love following the Women's Prize. I know a lot of people do, though I know a lot of people were like, last year's fiction selection seemed kind of heavy. Teresa just got book mail. Ooh, I do love getting books. Mitzi sent you a sweet note and an Agatha Christie book. Oh, how lovely. Along with a bookmark. Oh my gosh. Okay, from Mitzi Reads and Writes. Was that part of like a prize drawing or she just, suggested it to you? That is sweet. Sue took a nap. See, yeah. And baked some potatoes. Ooh, baked potatoes sound good. Paul, you're almost done. Just 99 pages left. Good job. Sophia made it to 150 out of 412. Good job. Amy finished Farmer Boy, updated the calendar, worked on the book journal, put away grocery order. Nice. Lynn made it to 89%. Oh, yeah, it does seem like you're finishing. You're very close. Alicia got to 112 in your graphic novel. May miss a chatty bit. Oh, yep, time to pick up the little ones. I know, where'd the day go? And Natalie's at 63% of The Dead Are Rising. And did some yoga. That also sounds nice. Alex hasn't done any reading yet today. Oh, other than the pages in Howerson's A People's History for Homeschool. Well, that counts for something, right? And the audiobook for Their Eyes. Oh, is it? Oh, is that going to be my next audiobook? I was just going to say, like, I finished my audiobook this morning, but then I'm torn because I feel like when I do an audiobook that I like have to work really hard to go back and tab books. Because the difficult thing is my other book that I have left after this one is longer, and I would love an audiobook for that, but thus far I have not found one for that. Or maybe it was on hold. I'll have to recheck my library again. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I have a sprint or so to figure that out. And Mel made it to 192 in The Hobbit. Yeah, you are close to the end because that's not a long story. I know, Bilbo and the dwarves, right? Well, that just means you're gonna have to pick up, the Lord of the Rings. Of course, you still won't really have Bilbo, but you get more hobbits, and especially since it's written in dialect. Oh, maybe I will do the audiobook. That's a good point. I read Barracoon by Zora Neale Hurston, and that is all in dialect because she's literally talking to a former enslaved person who came over directly on the last ship from Africa to the US. And so, of course, he had a Southern accent that was accented by his African accent. And yeah, okay, I'm seeing the dialect. Yep, okay, thank you for that note because that helped a ton with Barracoon. And I may immersive read, is what I might end up doing. But I don't know. I might just do it on audiobook. Thank you for letting me know that. And Mel might make another cup of coffee. Yeah, seriously, seriously. Like, I'm regretting that I didn't do coffee during that last sprint. Victoria mostly rested, read a little more Red Rising. Nice. Hey, Mrs. Peel, how are you doing? You love the audiobook? Really? Okay, narrated by Ruby D. Okay, okay, you guys have convinced me. If I can find it, that's going to be my next audiobook. Lynn's definitely brewing some more coffee. Hey, Brennan, how are you doing? Oh, Dungeons and Drama. I think I've seen the cover of that. That's the one where they're both like into Dungeons and Dragons, right? Romance. Currently on chapter 3. How are you liking it? You forgot you started an audiobook? Oh, Erasure? Ooh, how is it? So maybe you'll pop that on until you're ready to settle in and read. Ooh, that sounds like a good option. See, this is why I love audiobooks. Like, I love them for like when I'm doing things but would rather be reading. It's kind of like best of both worlds, except some of them are like so deep I can't do the same both at the same time. Their Eyes Were Watching God was really interesting. You've read it twice and learned a lot from following her journey. Ooh. And I will say that audiobooks that I really love, I don't have a problem going back and physically reading at some later point. Because even if I don't catch everything I want to, it makes me excited about rereading it at some point. Natalie will be picking up the kiddo and husband and going to the store. Field trip shopping. Nice. So you'll be missing the next couple chats. Sounds good. We'll be here. Erasure kind of reminds you, of Hell of a Book. Oh, but you like Hell of a Book better. Okay. Huh. I could see that. They do have the same theme of like authors, book tours, that kind of thing. But you liked Hell of a Book better. Well, interesting. That's not surprising though, because Hell of a Book was really good. If you guys have not read that book by something, Matt, it's over there. If you guys have not read that book, Jason Mott. I was like, I know the binding is orange. It's like just off screen over here. Really good book. Highly recommend. Samantha hasn't been doing any reading, lots of chores. That's fair. Hello, Black Rogue Heart. Joining the reading sprint to force yourself to finally cut down your TBR shelf. Well, reading sprints are good for that. Especially with the books you got today. 50% done. Ooh, with Sense and Sensibility. Lovely. Well, welcome. Let me know if there's something you would like me to call you other than Black Rogue Heart. But if not, I will call you that. And how are you liking Sense and Sensibility? Samantha, yay, you got the Christmas tree put away and the laundry. And Sophia's tempted to read it again. Perfect spring read. And the opening paragraph is good. Ooh, that does sound tempting. And yeah, let us know what books you got today. Good question, Samantha. Christy, hello. How are you? Joined me at the end of the sprint. Snuck in a short refresher nap before starting to read. We'll be catching up a bit. Okay, sounds good. Lynn, yeah, that's what I'm thinking I might do. Yep. And is immersive read. Teresa didn't get any reading done. Watched MGM announcement. Ooh, what did they announce? Opened book mail. What did you get? Fed the birds. Got a lot of queer books. Oh, is that the new TK T Kingfisher that you got? Pretty long. Okay, trying to grab the physical books you love. Kristen, just finished your meeting. Your coffee now, nice. Okay, I just have a couple more sprints and we'll go into our no, a couple more comments, and then we'll go into the sprint. Now for the next sprint, you could do a little reading. Yes, you can. Oh, good question. Is Dungeons and Drama spicy? Okay. Oh, in high school, so he considered gifting it to his girlfriend. Oh, yeah, that would be awkward if it was like a super spicy book. Good question. So if somebody knows whether Dungeons and Drama is a spicy book and could let Christine know in the comments, that would be awesome. And I will see you all in an hour. I'm going to get warm and get reading, and I will see you back soon. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. As you can see, I started Their Eyes Were Watching God, and already I can say that there is some beautiful passages in here, beautiful writing. And thank you, Alex, for mentioning the audiobook. I am listening to the audiobook, and it does help a lot because she does get into the dialect that the people are speaking in. And I recall this from Barracoon that the way she writes the dialect is like an exercise in and of itself to understand what words are being said. Like just the word for use, like Eusta, the way she spells that, I don't know that I would have ever figured out what word that was supposed to be. So I'm glad I'm listening to the audiobook and immersion reading as I go. Um, but I decided for my next physical book, I realized that I really just don't want to read what the next physical book is. Like, I'm finding it okay. And I did realize that in January, I had a really good reading month, mostly because I did not make myself read the books that I just found I didn't feel like reading. I'm willing to try the last book that I have, and it's Free Food for Millionaires. I'm like 3 chapters in, and I'm still just like, okay. Um, I can get the audiobook from the library, so I'm gonna try that and see if that'll at least get me to listen to the book because it is the book that my husband picked for me to read. And but I have to wait 8 weeks for that audiobook to come in. So real quickly, we're going to play my unicorn game because after I'm done with this, I'm out of books. Let me take this off the screen. We'll have a real quick flash session. And what I'm going to do is I need like 695 pages of physical reading to take me to the end of this month. And that's including what I have to read in Don Quixote, Clarissa, and finishing this book. So I'm going to just real quick pull 4 cards. I'm going to bring up the spinner wheel. I have that in the background ready to go. That's clearly not the right one. Let me get the right screen. And then I will see what you guys have to say in the comments. So let's see if we can get through all of this. Okay, here's the wheel. So I'm going to pull all 4 cards first and then spin the wheel 4 times because I think that'll be faster. So a book whose title starts with W will be with the first prompt. U, it needs like a normal letter here. P, okay, I have a lot of books that start with P. And F. All right, let's see what the prompts are. This is always the scary part. I kid you not. All right. This is for all those who ever wonder if my reactions are real. Yeah. I just finished Parable of the Talents, so no idea what book that's going to be. Oh, that was W. It's not even the P. I thought it was a P. Okay, well, we'll see what. When we come back from the next chat, I'll share what I picked. What did I recently haul that starts with you? Can I get normal prompts? No, I can't, because this is my game. I already read that book. So that might be a unicorn pick. This is going to be one exciting game. Oh. Eras. Okay, that could be cool. All right, there we go. So, when we go into our next, let me stop sharing that. When we go into our next sprint, I will share with you what I picked. We'll do a unicorn pick if that ends up needing to be a thing. I dropped my book. And then what else? And then for the Eras pick, if I still need a book, because I'm only going to pick enough books until I get the 695 pages. And we'll do that too. or you'll see it. You'll see what I picked when we come back. I'll be picking during this time. But to kind of jump ahead, there are 4 books from my February TBR that I'm deciding to put on pause. I'm not unhauling any of them. 2 of them I'm putting back on the shelves. The other 2 I'm waiting for audiobooks. And the 2 that are going back on the shelves are because I realized I just chose way too many challenging, dark books for February. And so I just swapped them out with the 2 books you see me reading now. And then the other 2, I realized for both of them, one, I really want to listen to the audiobook. The other one, I'm just going to try and listen to the audiobook before I DNF. So that's what's going on. And I'll be explained in a weekend reading wrap up type thing. Let's see what you guys got. Yeah, I too was convinced, Sophia, to listen to the audiobook. Oh, and I forgot to put that back up. There we go. Now everything's back as it was. Teresa, you just mentioned that you loved the cover and been looking for that one because it was your birth year. Oh, so she said it was yours. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, and this was for the Agatha Christie that you got. How nice. And yeah, doesn't coffee sound amazing? I now just have a cup of hot water because I was just cold. And yes, I looked for the middle grade merch announcement. Do they have its own channel, or did they announce it in their? You said, where is it announced, Teresa? That's what I'm trying to ask because I was going to link it, but I couldn't find it. Mickey seconds Samantha and Kristen. There's no such thing as too much coffee. I mean, there is if you want to sleep and you're affected by it, which I am. Another latte's been secured. Nice. Mickey loved Their Eyes Were Watching God, but feel like it's time for a reread. Can't wait to hear what you think. I'm loving it so far. I'm really intrigued by this story and can relate to Janie already. I know. Wasn't that nice? And Sue, you took 2 naps? Oh, that sounds so great. You have Their Eyes Were Watching God. You bought it a while ago, but saw it referred to in a historical fiction you read. Oh, that's cool. Which one was that? But probably not your next book. That's fair. You were very disturbed. Oh, the writing was absolutely stunning, though. The writing is stunning. Oh no, what am I going to be disturbed by? I was worried about that. I was like, wait, is this another challenging dark book? Challenging so far with the dialect. And is it dark? Does it get dark? I hope it doesn't get dark. Don't tell me if it gets dark. Maybe do. I don't know. No spoilers. Victoria wants to know, Teresa, if you're going to do the middle grade March book read, you think you'll reread The Secret Garden. Ooh, Paul, you're almost done. 70 pages left. And Sue, Victoria wants to know how you're doing. Your anxiety is pretty high in the afternoon. Okay, stretching, drinking water, listening to audiobook, maybe jump on the bed again. Yes, that seems like one for a win. And you did no reading, but you're getting the laundry done, Sophia. Nice. Brenna got to page 35. Christy didn't do any reading, but got a lot done. Nice. Victoria, Sue says, thanks for asking. You're better. Oh, good, Sue. And your daughter is coming out. You can't drive yet, and it's driving you crazy. Oh, no. Well, I'm glad she's able to drive out to you. Yeah. Oh, you want to read Free Food? Yeah, it's not bad, and you like books better than I do. Like, that sounds funny to say, but you know what I mean, Alex. I would still try it if I were you, because I think that like half a point better that you tend to give compared to me would be enough to keep you going. It's not boring. It's just I think it's slow at the start, and I think it's a little too slow at the start. And then I'm like, and there's a lot more of the book to go. And so far, I'm just like, okay. I just feel like I'm in a never ending exposition. Like the book's been set up, and I feel like it's still kind of sort of not really being set up. And the inciting event has happened, and I just don't care yet enough about the main character. Alicia got the kiddos from school, doing all the after school stuff. Time for the next spinner wheel task. Yep. Ellen finished your book, The Seventh Veil of Salome. Slow to start, hooked you halfway through. Good for you for sticking to halfway. Yeah. Oh, you're still not allowed to use your arm. Oh, gosh. How's it feeling, though? Like, is it healing well? I mean, I have W in you. W is I actually have a odd number of W. W is this shelf, that shelf, and the shelf under it. U is just these few books right here. Oh, including Ulysses. Not picking that this month. We'll see what that ends up being. So you got to 50% of the book. Alex is rooting for the unicorn. Oh, you just don't even know my thoughts. I know. You guys with the unicorn, you're like, yes. Book starting with you that you recently hauled. As if you haul a book starting with you frequently. No, it'll just be the last book that I hauled that starts with the letter U, which may be Ulysses. Maybe I'll do the book before that. Basically, it's just a book that I hauled in the last year that starts with you. Victoria, I know. Good that having company. Yes, company helps. So does reading and books. Tony, love how the book pick the books you're gonna read. It works out most of the time. Your physical unread is over 600. Part of the problem is you're always overwhelmed by your shelves. Yes, devise a TBR game. It is the best way. Like, just take it out of your hands. Don't punish yourself and do what I do. If you don't like the book you picked halfway through the month, just swap it out using the same prompt, because then you still don't have to think about your whole TBR. I love having a very large TBR that I own, but I don't want to have to bother actually picking. Kristen bought their eyes. Were watching that a few years ago, and it never arrived. What? What happened? Oh no. Okay, it's on the middle grade March channel. Okay, thank you. And it does have some intense themes. Okay, but beautiful and propulsive read. Yeah, it's going to be a quick read. I can already tell. Black Rogue Heart only did a little reading, trying to hit your daily writing goal. Oh, that's good too, though. Nice. What are you writing? And Victoria, you considered, oh, you did consider it dark. Oh, but the gorgeous yeah, okay. Yeah, let's hope the prose carries it through. The tone isn't dark. That was what was the issue with my other book. It was heavy themes and the tone was dark. One of them was gory horror. It was too much. I don't know what I was thinking when I picked the books. And I'm hoping, yeah, okay. The conversation between two men towards the end. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. Hey, Precious, how are you? And Mel, 205 pages into the Hobbit, 70 pages left. Okay, tidy up the living room. And the kiddos had a whirlwind in there. Oh, yeah, don't they do that? Teresa's already planning the secret garden because you've never read it. It's been on your TBR. Ooh. Also try to do the sci-fi moon garden. Nice. Hey, Angela, you just finished Call of the Wild. Ooh, what were your thoughts? Starting winter solstice. Nice. Amy read a bit while writing out Valentine's. That's so sweet. Oh, that's so nice. Ulysses sounds fun. Does it? Your arm is getting there, but your hand won't open right. Oh, you can't get to PT since you can't drive. Oh no, that's right, because I know your daughter's not that close. Okay. I hope that's resolved soon, like the driving bits, so that you can start getting PT. And Sue, you don't have like a medical van that's provided by your county or something, or by your insurance? Because sometimes like that'll cover that to get you transport, including like sometimes county bus services. Um, Alicia, the spinner wheel really wants you to read today. Does it keep being like, read, Alicia, read? Sophia, their eyes were watching God tough subjects, but extremely sensitive person. You were able to read this book and not get sent into a panic attack. Okay, that's good to know. Ulysses is going to be what you named the van you're going to buy off your dad. Oh yeah, that does sound right. Honda Odyssey, I love it. I do not name my cars. Olivia had dinner, tortellini and hen broth. Ooh, that sounds amazing. And I love that it's hen broth. I'm going to start calling it that, Olivia, instead of chicken broth. And The Secret Garden and Little Princess are your favorite children's classics. Oh, I need to reread the Secret Garden. And Olivia's sprint hopping. Alex, I know. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Also, check, because sometimes PT offices, they do often want you to come in for at least one appointment. So if you could go to one appointment, even by a Lyft or something like that. Some of them nowadays have apps that you can use where they'll put the exercises on the app for you. But I can see that you're saying that there's no help with the transportation. Maybe see if your insurance has something where you could do a telehealth PT. Ah, that just stinks. You put 4 reading 4:30s, and you've got them twice. Yeah, it's trying to tell you something. Samantha will be working on Out There. Nice. Victoria, yeah, a great retreat. Yes. You're going to say that some places have vans that you'll pick you up. You just have to give them a couple of dollars. And your mom does it. It costs her $5. Yeah, because sometimes it's cheaper than Lyft, even if you have to pay for it. Lynn loved The Secret Garden. Alicia, those that don't include the ones read over girls and read bookshops and both. That's nice. And Alex, you've seen people request what rides in community Facebook groups. Oh, that's a nice idea. And chicken is different from hen. In Italy, there is a saying, "Gallina vecchia fa buono brudo." Old hen makes good broth. Oh. Ah, I bet it does. That makes a lot of sense. There are a lot of amazing sayings in Italian. So, yeah, okay. All right, let me restart the timer. We will go into our next sprint. I will pick the books. I'll leave the camera on so you can see me do that, and we'll see what I end up getting. I have to check what the prompts are again. And I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprint. Welcome back. How did everybody do during that sprint? I did well. I am now at chapter 7 in Their Eyes Were Watching God, which has me about 40% of the way through the book. And yeah, I can see where it's going to get dark because there's already a topic that's like sort of a prevailing idea amongst the men, if you will, that is not pleasant. But I am enjoying her writing, which is beautiful, especially when she's talking about Jeannie's interior life. And really fascinating the way that she just talks about and describes the relationship in here and the marriage and the metaphors and similes that she uses to describe like Janie and her love and what's going on with that is brilliant. Absolutely beautiful. So I did pick some books off my shelf as to what I'm going to go to next. So I'll share that with you real quickly. For the book whose title starts with W and is part of a series, I ended up choosing The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. I have I don't even see it, 5-book collection, 6-book collection. They're volumes. So this is volume 1. And each volume has 3 different stories out of the series. So out of this one, I will just read The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. So that worked out. And there is a bookmark in here because, like, ages ago, my son and I were reading this out loud together. So, like, 10 plus years ago. And we made it into the 3rd book, and then we just, like, dropped it. I was more invested than he was, and I was only semi invested. So I decided I'll restart it on my own. For a book whose title starts with the letter U and I recently hauled, I know Under the Greenwood Tree by Thomas Hardy would count for that. So I wanted to get some shorter books on here so that I could, vary up the length of things. And this is one that I will probably want to read physically with my eyes. For a book whose title starts with the letter P and was unfinished, The Pillow Book, which I took off my TBR for February and said, nope, you're going to finish this book. But the only reason I took it off was because I was reading one section a day, and I decided that when I sat down with the book again, I just wanted to read straight through it. So if I get to this, it will be this book. And I said I needed 635 more pages for the rest of this month. I was wrong. I needed 1,105 more pages to finish out this month. We'll see. You'll find out how many of these books I get to. And then the last book that I chose needed to start with the letter F and needed to take place in an era. Basically, it needs to be a Penguin classic, or at least come in a Penguin Classic edition, because that's how they have their book. It's out of a book. Anyway, the one that I ended up choosing was, oh, you can't even see the title, Fanny Hill, or Memoirs of a Woman of Pleasure by John Cleland. I'm not showing the front because it shows a woman's buttocks on it. And we'll see if I get to this book and what I'll think about it. I'm intrigued because it's been banned again because of the content, and wasn't finally published in the US until 1966, even though it was written in 1749. And I'm interested because part of the reason that this book so shocked people was because it was written by this sort of toe the line, very milquetoast politician at the time. And everybody was really excited to see what he wrote. And he wrote a very libertine novel. Now, it's about a woman who starts as a woman of pleasure, if you will, and eventually becomes a more respected woman. So I'm interested to see like what his commentary is on that, because it seems like a lot of people just didn't read it because they just didn't like the content, period. But we'll see if I feel the same. So those are the 4 books that I'm going to add to my TBR. We'll see which ones I get to. I can say this for sure. This will definitely be the next audiobook that I put on after Their Eyes Were Watching God. I may do this as an audiobook. I'm not sure. It just kind of depends on how quickly I go through this. this I will definitely read physically, and same thing with this if I read it at all. So, yeah. All right, let's see what you guys are up to because this is a shorter break. Oh yeah, we were talking about the hen broth. Yeah, you used hen, not chicken breast. Yep, makes sense. Angela, it was brutal. Oh, but you're glad you pushed through because it was a great story of survival, loyalty, power, and a beautiful man dog relationship. This was Call of the Wild that Angela was talking about. Wow, but brutal. And Livia, yeah, it's sounding amazing, Livia. I'm definitely taking your word for it. And Victoria thinks it sounds good too. And Teresa was saying to Victoria that you're excited for middle grade March and Victober. Those are your two favorite times in reading events. Ah, except for my events. You're so sweet. But yeah, those are fun times. And Christy's excited for middle grade March too. Definitely planning to read Secret Garden. Oh, you haven't? Also planning Anne of Green Gables. I still love Anne of Green Gables. So you haven't read that before either? Oh my gosh, you're gonna have a great reading month. We'll see what fits the prompts. And Paul, reading The Round Eyes Need to Rest sounds good. Or you're not reading that round. Okay, so you rest your eyes. And hello, Julia. How are you? Yes, my favorite part of Monday, too. You'll be reading The Wild Robot and Tress of Emerald Sea. Nice. Sounds cozy. And Kay, hello. Late, but here at reading Schindler's Ark. Ooh, how's that? Victoria, read to your kids for homeschool. She seems completely fine. Oh, going to make soup for dinner. Okay. Well, I'm glad that she's good. And Kristen finished the audiobook. Yay, good job. Emily's finishing up dinner. Wonderful. What did you have? How was work? Lynn made it to 221 in Onyx Storm. Nice job. Brennan got to page 40. Teresa's almost done with the Laura Ingalls Wilder book. Olivia sprint hopped and read 2 chapters of Warbreaker. How are you liking Warbreaker, Olivia? Black Rogue Heart have 97 pages left. And Sense and Sensibility. Picking up The Legend of Dritz. I don't know if I know that one. You really liked Under the Greenwood Tree. Good. That's good to know. I always have to remind myself that I don't like the starts of Thomas Hardy's books, but once I'm in them, I really enjoy his books. But I don't think that guy can write an interesting opening to save his life. At least not in my opinion. His openings just are not my favorite. And Samantha went for a walk. Ooh, that sounds good. Maybe I'll do that. And then read another short story. Emily will be reading The Love Elixir. Sounds fun. Christy did some Bible reading, switched laundry, made dinner. I took the towels out of the wash or out of the dryer. And Kristen may need to read The Secret Garden. Oh, you weren't even thinking of middle grade March, but that's on your list. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do middle grade March. Like, I have some middle grade on my son's bookshelf and on my own shelf. And I have been enjoying audiobooks. Maybe I'll make middle grade March my like audiobooks for the month. That would be really fun. Now I've got to get a TBR together and figure out what middle grade books I actually own. Okay. Pen in hand. Or paper in hand. Pen in hand. Books behind me. I know what I will be doing during the next sprint. And yeah, and then we'll get to it. I need to still go and look at the actual announcement. And every month is middle grade month in Julia's house. Nice. All right. That is the last, I was about to say sprint that I can see. Comment that I can see. So let's just get straight back to it. I'm going to just skip these last 30 seconds and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Let me start the timer. Hello and welcome back. How was your sprint? Mine went well. I went and did some exercises, and then even while I was doing that, continued to listen to Their Eyes Are Watching God. I did in the last few minutes pause and start reading it physically. Because I felt like I had gotten used to the dialect. Not really. It's definitely slower once you start doing that. So I'm on page 122 in chapter 13, and it's going really well. I'm really enjoying this story. I think it's a very fascinating tale about, trying to please others versus pleasing yourself. Let's just say, if you've read the book, there's now some tea cake involved, and I really don't know how I feel about that. Just pass on the dessert. That's my thought. Like, just skip it. Skip it. Oh gosh, like pull a Mary J. Blige, do that all by yourself. Like, I don't know what else to say about it right now. I'm just concerned. When we left off, Angela was saying that she noticed a tree theme. Yes, in my books. I have noticed that as well, because what was it? There were the trees. There was A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. Um, Under the Greenwood Tree is now going to be the next book I read. There was another tree, I swear. I've also noticed this, Angela. I don't know what's going on. Olivia started a little slow, but picked up. This was with Warbreaker, and really liking the magic system. It is different from a lot of other magic systems. It is very unique. I would agree with that. And I thought it was interesting the limitations to it as well. And I have heard that he's really good at making the magic systems. And listen to Echo on audio. Such a good middle grade. Okay, I don't know if I've heard of that. Who's Echo by, Teresa? Hey, Courtney, how are you doing? Read the Gilda stories? Or are you going to read the Gilda stories? Nice. I saw you and Jaleesa doing a read along for that this weekend. Hey, Mary. Saying hi to Courtney. Teresa finished Laura Ingalls Wilder and was reading about the author. Funny and going to share, even though no one else will, she has written and edited many books for children and teenagers, including biographies of Christopher Columbus and Snoop Dogg. That is a weird. No, I think that's funny as well. That's like such a like how do you juggle all of these things? Laura Ingalls Wilder, Christopher Columbus, and Snoop Dogg. This is like a Sesame Street game. Which of these things does not belong? And I don't even know, because I wouldn't put any combination of those three together. But I guess, you want to shake things up and keep it interesting. Brennan got to page 43. Hey, Atia, how are you doing? What are you up to? What are you reading? Hello, Jess. Same with you. Hello, welcome. What are you doing? What are you reading? Victoria also found that funny. Mickey, yes, day of MIA. I know. Yes, the sprints are going well. How's work been going? You weren't even able to find out if you're enjoying. I am. Hopefully you're still here long enough to hear that. But I know like the timing's not working for you with the chats. I am. Maybe I'll leave a comment in it so that you can see it. I will put that in there so that way you know. I am enjoying Their Eyes. There we go. So maybe it'll catch her attention. Sophia just got back from a walk with family, now playing pickleball. Nice. Oh, did you see, Sophia, there was a commercial about pickleball in the Super Bowl ads. It was for Michelob? I don't know. That part was a fail. I just remember the pickleball. Olivia's going to sleep. Good night, Olivia. Thank you for joining. Kristen read 55 pages in a Lots Away. Ooh, you might be able to finish in another couple sprints. Hey, Jamie, how's it going? You started this sprint. Okay. Georgiana, haven't heard of that one. A biography about a duchess. Ooh, sounds good. Switch to audiobook Trial of the Sun Queen. Sounds like a fantasy. And Natalie's back, having leftovers tonight. 71% your audiobook. Ooh, little over 5 hours left, making good progress. And good night, yes, to Livia. Hope you have a good rest of your week. Samantha started the audiobook for all fours. Nice. While you worked on dinner. What you making for dinner? And for some reason you thought it was a short story collection. Oh, but it's a novel. Strange. I have that happen to me all the time. Brennan got to page 43 and finished watching a YouTube video. What did you watch? And Samantha was saying good night. Kristen was saying to Samantha, you own that book. Oh, I want to read it soon. Okay, so let Kristen know how you're liking it. Victoria made dinner. What did you make for dinner? And listen to Red Writing, feeling achy. Oh no. Hopefully you're not coming down with anything. Oh, thank you for asking. I am feeling better. I think I was just tired and that my allergies were having a hard time clearing out. Then again, my nose has been feeling a little weird on and off all day. I can't tell if it's because I've been popping windows open and literally have left allergens in, or if I've been fighting off sickness. It's weird. Like there's times where I feel fine, and then there's times where I feel like there's stuff going on up here. But right now I'm feeling great. And overall, like once the coffee kicked in, and yeah, pass on the dessert. Yeah, exactly. Samantha's enjoying the writing so far. Oh, that's good. And oh yeah, you agree. Yeah, this was having to do with my book. And yeah, so yeah, nobody's wanting the dessert. Yeah, like it's just like go with that gut instinct that made you think about that other woman's story. Christy ate dinner and did some more Bible reading. Nice. Alex got the family fed off to pitching lessons. Ooh, hot chocolate and cookies with your audiobook. Ooh, that sounds nice. Yes, everybody's doing what they enjoy right now, right? Emily got called to do a survey about the mayoral election. Oh, and you're watching Portland Leather Goods unboxing videos. Ooh, that's fun. Are you planning on getting anything? A leather crossbody tote? Ooh, that sounds nice, especially from a leather making company. Black Rogue Heart finished Sense and Sensibility, took a break. Ooh, made yourself a sandwich. Ooh, and some tea and rested your eyes. Ooh, that sounds like a nice break, especially like a post Sense and Sensibility break. Did you make like little tea cakes out of them? Oh, no, not tea cakes, but like tea sandwiches. Tea sandwiches. Let's go with that. Don't make any tea cakes. It does sound cozy, right? And Mary's at 85% with 56 pages to go. Nice. And now you need to get your dog on the leave mom alone train. Yeah, I know. My dog would be the worst with that. Like she would either start the mom train or she'd definitely caboose it. And I was like, stop. So you don't need to add to this. You can be like separate from this whole thing. And hello, diligent darling. You were reading The Glass Hotel by Emily St. John Mandel. Ooh, how are you liking that? I liked Station 11, but it was much darker than I was expecting, but I did really enjoy it. Have you read that? Are you liking this one? Give me all the details. And welcome. And you think you may go for a walk on the nice one? That sounds good. And let me know. I'm pretty sure you've been here before. Mickey, yay, you're finally here. Yay. Okay, so you did hear. And then I made the comment anyway. You're welcome. I'm glad you were able to make it because I know you were like, eventually, maybe. And Tony, it's almost midnight. All right, you're very welcome, Tony. Thanks for coming. Have a good night and a great week. Pam Munoz Ryan. Ooh, beautiful. Oh, it's a song or an audiobook? What is it? Because now I'm confused, Teresa. I was thinking you said it was a good audiobook, but is it a audiobook with music? And Samantha's making roasted vegetables and gnocchi. Oh, with it, you lost me at the tahini sauce. I don't know why, but tahini sauce to me just tastes. It ruins hummus for me. Like I can do store-bought hummus, but if I make my own hummus, it's perfect because I leave out the tahini. I just can't do it at home. And hey, Walk in the Woods, how are you doing? You're starting a different drummer, nice. And you're going to have BLTs, delicious sounding. Ooh, creamy chicken noodle soup. Ooh, everybody's having great things. Sophia, You quote the pickleball commercial now? Nice, you should. You should. And Mel, 230 pages. Ooh, yay. Ooh, you're gonna finish it in the next sprint. Maybe. Done with work, finished the Davenports. Ooh, how was that? I've been seeing that going around. And started your buddy read of Between Two Fires. Yay for finishing The Hobbit, right? That's going to be awesome. Samantha, another reading update. The thing about open water, it's written in the second person. Oh, yeah, exactly. It makes you feel more distance from the character. Like, that's literally part of the reason to do second person. So that is kind of odd given the topic of the book. Hey, Maya, how are you doing? What are you up to today? Thank you. An audiobook about the harmonica? Starring that Echo. Good to know. And you love Station 11. Just reread it before starting this one. You're really liking it. Knows how to do multiple POV and timelines. Yep. Ooh, you're having a chili dinner. I'm going to have that sometime this week. Oh, I need to defrost my meat so I can do that. Kristen's on a reading roll and don't want to cook dinner. Been there. Want to call it leftovers and definitely have some things you need to use. In the middle of Between Two Fires. Nice. And Julia wants to know, Jamie, arbitrary deadline. What's the story? Is it appropriate for YA? That is a good question. All right. Let us go ahead and go back into our sprint. It's just a minute and change off. So I'll stop talking and we'll just go with the timer as it is. And I will see you guys in just under an hour. Happy sprinting. Welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. There are surprisingly some funny moments in this book, and like dark humor. Like probably shouldn't be laughing at it, but good point, and it's kind of funny. Anyway, I am thoroughly enjoying this book. Very different than the nonfiction that I read by Zora Neale Hurston. No surprise there. Um, but yeah, it's a really fascinating story. Good plot line, a lot of rich themes, excellent writing. Like I this is well on its road to being a 5-star read. Um, because even the things that are like problematic things that people say are intended to be a problem that they're saying this, and you're catching their bias. Like it's very clear her writing the difference between her characters having their prejudices and racism versus the narrative voice is kept pretty neutral. Um, and yeah, I'm just very impressed. So, all right, let's see how things went for you. Uh, Paul got 41 more pages done. Nice, Paul. Jamie enjoyed the Davenports for the most part. Okay, 3.5 to 4.25. Okay, so good, but not like blowing it out of the water, but gotta digest that. Okay. Kristen, Jamie wants to know, Kristen, how you were liking your book. Christopher Buhlman is a new favorite author of yours. Oh, you read 3 of his books last year? Which ones did you read, Jamie? And one at the end of 2023, and now you're working on his backlist. Okay, yeah, definitely. And Jamie also wanted to know, Julia, if Julia was asking about the Davenports, why historical romance? Is that what it is? I had no idea. Huh, interesting. Okay, and definitely why appropriate. And Anna, still working but could get to page 219 on the Starless Sea. Feeling better after lunch. Excellent. Hello, Raven. How are you doing? Welcome and nice to have you here. And Teresa gave a nice description of what Ego was about, involving, I just love this end part here, though. It's a puzzling quest involving a prophecy, a promise, and a harmonica. What? Thank you for that recommendation. One of your audio for MG middle grade Brett. Yes, yes, Phantom Tollbooth. Yes, the audio is really good. That's what got me to reread it last year. Was I was talking to somebody and she was like, "Oh, my most recent read was my favorite book ever, The Phantom Tollbooth," and I was like, "What? Hello?" And then she was like, "I listened to it on audio." And she told me about the audiobook, and I was like, downloading it now. Nani read 6 chapters of a book, and on page 26, very nice. There was a promise. Sue, your daughter was only for a short time. Oh, didn't even stay for dinner. I'm sorry. Oh, and you had to go to town 45 minutes away. Oh, so she had to drive out to take you. Okay, so it was just like really just a pickup. I'm glad she's able to do that occasionally, though. Alex made it to 42% in erasure. Oh no, you're not sure about it? No. I know you were already saying that Hell of a Book is better, so at least we have a better book. And yeah, that's not making me want to think I want to try his backlist, because if you're not sure, you know how I'm going to feel. Like Alex and I have done enough buddy rates that we can like rank our books based on what the other person has ranked them. Like we're usually only half a point off. You're afraid that he's going to be another author you keep reading because you love the premises, right? And then chasing the James perfection. Oh no, what's not working about it? Can you share without spoiling? Oh, and if you can't, maybe just like Voxer beans. Tell me anyway. Jamie read the first 3 chapters of Between Two Fires and worked on making cards. Nice. Brennan got to chapter 5, going to try to find a fantasy book to pick up. Very cool. Mary finished The Girls of Glimmer Factory. Oh, 2.5 stars. Oh, out of 3. Oh, that's good. Underwhelming. Oh, and exhausting. Oh, no, that's 2.5 to 3 stars. Oh, yeah, no. That was a roller coaster of an emotion there, me reading that comment. And Raven starting a story for a week challenge. How does that work? Sounds like an interesting challenge. Kristen read a little more of Last Away, listened to a new audiobook while you did a few things. Oh, you can't stand the narration? Oh no. That's the worst. And Teresa, read your chapter in Nicholas Nickleby. Ooh, how far into it are you? Listening to The Paris Daughter while getting your dinner ready. Mel, finished The Hobbit. Yay! 4 stars. Ooh, bacon salmon for dinner. And then East of Eden. We've got 1 sprint left, guys, because it's already 7:45. And Millie's back for the last round. Yay, you made it back. And Samantha had dinner and more progress on Out There. Quite a range of page length for these stories. Okay. All very surreal. Ooh, and a speculative element. Okay. Sounds interesting. And Kristen was saying to Jamie that you really liked Between Two Fires. Ooh. Only about a quarter through right now, but it's brutal and funny. Ooh. Interesting mix. And Ashley's halfway through Kindred. Oh, hoping to be done by Wednesday. Nice. Hello, Ashley. Welcome. How are you liking Kindred? That's another brutal but profound book. You think you might actually like Echo? I know. Doesn't it sound interesting? I think it's the same author as Esperanza Rising. Oh, I have not read that, but I know which one that is. Oh, you DNF'd the Dritz trilogy and the Mistborn trilogy? Oh. Oh no. I guess the trilogies weren't working tonight. Okay, focus on the writing. That sounds like a safer bet. Natalie caught up on YouTube. That can be challenging to do. Good job on you. Writes horror fantasy. Oh, The Lesser Dead, Suicide Motor Club, The Black Tongue Thief. That's the one that I know by him. Okay, you enjoy it all. It's a story in a story and the inside story. Oh, he can get rough with his language. So, and if he's harsh with his language, I can't even imagine what harsh is because it's normally pretty rough. So, okay. Samantha was saying to Black Road Heart, good luck on the writing. Yes. Yeah. And I think there was a mention of a daily word count, though not what the count was. And Mickey read another 10% in the audiobook. Awesome. I am currently, that makes me think, where am I at in my audiobook? I made good progress. I am at 87%. Ooh, I have an hour left, so I might be able to finish this in the next sprint. Look at me with all my audio booking today. Yeah. I've heard really good things about the movie adaptation. So maybe watch the movie. I think that's what I'll do instead of read the book. But the main story knows that the story he wrote is offensive and hates it himself. Oh, okay. Interesting twist. Huh. Okay, now I'm back for it a little bit. Maybe a library pick, except I never go to the library. Kristen, no excuses, definitely finishing a Let's Way in the last sprint. Okay, yeah. What are your last sprint goals? Mine are to finish Their Eyes Were Watching God. Kristen's is to finish a Let's Way. Alex, your parents liked the movie. They said it had them thinking. Okay, yeah, that is good. And Samantha wants to know how you're liking Let's Way. And good luck with finishing it. Yeah, for sure. And Black Road Heart, you call it a word count goal, but it's more like just doing something kind of writing every day. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, that's a good goal. So it's a writing goal. And yeah, see, it's a good goal. Just show up and write. Yep. Samantha writes most days. Not been good mentally, so you're being gentle with yourself. Makes sense. Raven, the objective of the challenge is to write a story in a week. Oh, kind of like a NaNoWriMo short version. Could be a new one, rewrite, or one that is done on paper, needs to be typed up. Nice. Atia's been scrolling and watching BookTube, but now finally going to read. Nice. Are you, I don't know what I was about to say, Atia, but are you doing late night sprints tonight, Atia? I don't actually know what your schedule is because you're just conveniently on whenever I want to sprint late night, like the twice a month that I do. So, continuing your reread of Children of Virtue and Vengeance. And Kristen saying, really loving it, highly recommend. Love the mystical, magical elements. And Natalie will be reading Wild Robot. Awesome. All right, and that's perfect. That's the last comment that I can see other than Adia laughing. You know how I like to cosplay a night owl. So. All right, this is our last sprint, guys. I'll throw up that banner. Oh, I have a banner that says slow cooking. That's not what I'm doing. And yeah, I will see you in an hour for one last chatty bit. Finish it all up. I'll see you in the Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's final sprint? I'm going to take our little timer off, but I'll leave the little book up there. Guys, sorry if I distracted you, but the end of that book, it was wild. There were all sorts of things that went on at the end of that book. One, the climax of the story and the way it ends is wild, just wild. And right smack in the middle of it, wherein I realized exactly what was about to happen, where it was about to go, my husband calls my name, and I'm like, why are you talking to me? Like, shh, shh, shh. And he's like asking me about meatballs in the fridge, and I'm like, whatever, eat them all, eat everything, who cares? Shh. So I told him exactly what was happening in the scene, and he was like, "Oh yeah, sorry, that was a killer." So anyway, 5 stars, excellent book, highly recommend. Audiobook will probably help because my only qualm, and I thought about not giving it a 5 star because of this, is that her dialect is really hard to read, and I will talk about that when I do my review. But it was it was so good, I just decided to ignore that part. But if you want to read a book that has a similar feel and like with the romance and all the things and going against society and just a lot of the same things, Thomas Hardy's Far from the Madding Crowd. hmm Yep, same thing. And then on a completely different note, this will be my next book that I pick up to physically read, Under the Greenwood Tree. And can we do a slow clap for the general introduction before the introduction, which explicitly says we strongly advise you to enjoy this book before turning to the introduction in the spirit okay, the whole sentence is in the same spirit, because the pleasures of reading are inseparable from surprises, secrets, and revelations that all narratives contain. We advise you to enjoy this book before turning to the introduction, i.e., the introduction is going to have spoilers. Thank you. Oh gosh. Okay, so I had a really good final sprint and I got book mail. So I'll open that at the end in case you care or want to see or just nosy or whatever. Dropped my book in the crack of the couch. All right, let's see how you did. Samantha wished us all good luck. Atia clarified that she has sprints on Wednesday this week, not on Friday because it's Valentine's Day, but might do a pop-up. Raven's writing a new short story for the challenge. Okay, you started a year ago. Okay, so you're going to start it over. Sounds good. Okay, no late night. Gotcha. Victoria got the grumpy kids in bed. Going to read now. Ooh, not sure what you're going to continue. Think middle grade. Diligent Darling got back from Marvelous 2 mile walk with the dog. That does sound good. Listen to Smoke Gets in Your Eyes and other lessons from the crematoria. I've heard of Caitlin Dowdy and now back to the Glass Hotel. Nice. Sue's on the porch. On the porch. I don't know where I got that from, Sue. Page 90 out of 636. Good job. Oh, and let me know what all you did today. I finished a circle of elephants. I finished Their Eyes Were Watching God. I did my 26 pages in Don Quixote, and I listened to my book Year of Wonder. And I will probably read like the first few pages of this before I go to bed tonight, but not right away. Anna finally finished work, continuing to listen to Winter House, got to 238 on the Starry Sea, plan to read a bit more later, nice. Taking a 5-minute break and then edit your TBR video to publish tomorrow. Ooh, able to make videos again, nice, good job. And Sue suddenly got tired. Oh yeah, no, it was. It was rocking my world there. I was like, what? It was just one thing after the next. If you've read Far from the Maddening Crowd, just think Christmas Party and Beyond. Like the same way from that moment on, you're like mind blown at the end of a book. Very similar feeling. Then Sue's going to lie down for a bit. You're very welcome. I'll see you next Monday. Hope you sleep well and keep recovering. It was. The end was, I'm telling you guys, it was wild. Yay! Paul finished your book as well. Good job. Yay, and Kristen finished The Lats Away and loved it. I've heard nothing but good things about that book, Kristen. So not surprised. Mickey's also going off to bed. I hope you have a wonderful evening as well. You're welcome to the sprint. See you next Monday. Yes, yes, yes. And Brennan got to 101 and cleaned a bit of the garage, got a load of laundry in. Nice. Natalie read with the kiddo and reading yourself to sleep. Very good. You're welcome. You do. You do. You do. I mean, there's like there are definitely some like content things that like I mean, the drama at the end of the book is dramaing. But there are like a couple of content things I could think that like I could see how if you're a sensitive reader, like it's gonna get your adrenaline going. And if you're sensitive to certain topics, it might not be for you. But I actually, yeah, there are things that are hard to read and that I did not like in the characters, but I can handle unlikable characters. Samantha read a few more stories in Out There. Nice. And I say that because I was mentioning that I was worried this book was going to be too dark, and maybe because I did the audiobook, but it didn't feel too dark, or at least not as dark as the other books I had picked. So there's that. And I know, I know. I know. He apologized because I told him the whole, like, what the whole plot line was and where exactly he stopped me. And he was like, oh, yeah, that would suck. Oh, gosh. No. It was a combination, see? It was a combination. It was what was going on in the book. And then, like, it was literally, why are you talking to me? Like, I can't stop. So I then stopped the audiobook and physically read it because I was like, I'm running out of time to finish this. And I was like, there's no way we're going back into the sprint if I haven't finished this. Bye, Courtney. Thanks for swinging by. Oh, now you made it to 199. Oh, yeah, you could finish it today. Yeah. You won't have to stay up that much longer. The moment with your husband is you want to regular with your kids. True, true. And even the dog. Yes, exactly. What's up with the dogs? Like, let me get back to reading. Exactly. Yeah. No, that reminds me of this book called The Last Samurai by Helen DeWitt. And at least the first like 10 pages of the book are her like writing about something, but she keeps like cutting off in the middle of sentences and writing, and you realize eventually it's because her son keeps coming into the room where she's writing and interrupting herself. And I was like, this is giving me PTSD. Like back to when my kid was a toddler and I couldn't read a full sentence. I was like, I can't read this book. It's too soon. And Nani, the book is about a man that dies in a car accident, but he has a Nihilu and he's not ready to leave the earth. Oh, interesting. Yes, thank you, Samantha. Yeah, exactly. Did you notice the audiobook for Their Eyes doesn't say narrated, it says performed? Oh, true. I did not notice that because it's in like teeny